Alright, welcome back everyone. So we did a few maps on Friday, which puts us up at Trial 31, which is a 4-player map. Which, so far the 4-player trial map track record has been that it's always trolly, so let's see what's going on here. Predator Forsyth, Rayfield, and we've also got a Calder on the field. Well, Rayfield's gonna attack me immediately. Actually, what is this setup? Everyone's just got random properties next to everyone else, except for Calder. I'm not sure what Calder is supposed to do. So I feel like we're probably gonna need some artillery if we want to have any hope of stopping the medium tanks. I don't know what to do with the free-to-play artillery. They just kind of in the most irrelevant place on the map. So I don't know what I'm even gonna do with them. Again. I think what's gonna happen is we're just gonna lose the artilleries of the bomber. Gonna be a horrible bloodbath. Wait, did that medium tank run away? Also, nice leadership, Forsyth. This map has some awkward free-to-plays and by awkward deploys conveniences, what the frick? I mean, yeah. I don't know. They're smoking some good stuff, I guess. Gonna do that to minimize our what counts against our losses there, because when you join it doesn't count as a lost unit. So this way we only lose 1 artillery instead of 2. Which I think we're gonna need to try to pad our score quite a bit with this initial yellow rush here, because we're gonna take a lot of unavoidable losses, which is gonna be very bad for technique score. Yeah, the medium tanks are running away for whatever reason. Also, Greyfield's being an opportunist and poking at all his battleships. Does my artillery have the I got scared? I wouldn't think so. It's 1 artillery. It really shouldn't scare the medium tanks. Oh, boo. Like, I do have mechs here too, but they don't do that much damage to medium tanks. Do we need another tank? There's so many woods here that I don't think anything on wheels is gonna do anything useful once we get out of the middle. So that means our options are basically meat or regular tank or artillery. Or build another mech, but I think we need something with a little more power than a mech right now. Alright, joining makes sense. Since he is depicted as multiple individuals, but what about the battleships? Yeah, battleships and bombers are just like, wait, what? Hey. I think we're gonna go for the tank here. Forsyth might actually be a legitimate threat to Calder here. If for no other reason than Calder has no economy. So these battleships are gonna do some damage, but then what? So it's entirely possible that Forsyth overwhelms him and wins via Zerg Rush. This is odd. I guess we'll go here so that if this artillery somehow survives long enough, it's one turn away from reaching a city. Okay, now seems like an appropriate time to build another artillery. Probably gonna have to do something about these choppers. My anti-air capability is really bad, though. I really need to take this airport. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna be taking that or doing much down here. I guess we'll let Calder and Greyfield fight over the middle. I'm surprised this infantry here didn't try to move toward the factory. I guess he's going for the airfield. Damn, I really want to get a tank down this road, but I don't think we have a... Actually, I guess we... Even if we do, these mountains make it so we can't get around easily, so... Never mind, I guess we'll try to move this artillery down the road quickly then. This is the map. Okay, well at least Greyfield's trying to pick on Calder a bit. That war tank's gonna be unkillable. Like, one battle copter is definitely not gonna be enough. In fact, I think 3 wouldn't be enough. Hey, Invid. Yes, you know the chopper's not enough when it's the one that initiates into the battlecopter. Or like when the tank is the one that initiates. It's like, oops. Alright, so we messed up that infantry enough that we should be able to get the artillery into position. Stop him from capturing. I really want the range of the rockets, but these woods are gonna be murder. Like, we'll never get it anywhere after we get it to the end of the road. But I think in order to contest this airport, we need to do it. Especially since Greyfield has an artillery incoming, so we need to be able to muscle out the artillery and prevent it from stopping us from capturing as well. It's fine, just spend 5 hours sandbagging my way through the woods. It wouldn't be quite that bad, but by the time the rockets get through the woods, we'd probably have built like 3 bombers and actually resolve the situation with that instead. Also, hey Yoshi. I don't know what Forsyth plans to do with all that infantry, like... They're all gonna lose to that war tank. Well, Kohler's being overly cautious with the war tank. I really want to go for this factory, but if I'm gonna do that at all, I need to actually deal with Calder's Navy. And I don't think building up my own navy is really the greatest idea. Granted, if I go for air, he's got 2 cruisers, so it's not like we do that well against those either. Mind, his battleship's out of ammo next turn. But I don't know if we can capitalize on that. Granted, it will take him forever to go back and ammo up and come out again, but still. I guess we could build an AA and try to send it along the south road. I'm not sure how it's gonna do, but if it does reach the Greyfield's infantry, they're as good as dead. But they're also probably gonna take this factory. Even after Calder kills this guy, these infantry are gonna try to take the factory. Just use my rockets on the woods and drive through the new unwooded area. If only we could. And yeah, I've done full playthroughs of Wargroove. Both the normal campaign and the DLC. Including the true ending for Wargroove as well. Actually, the longer those subs stay out there too, the less likely they are to return, because Kohler sent them far afield and he has no way of refueling them. Eventually they're just gonna sink themselves. Also, Calder fired on the transport instead of his infantry. Which... I guess capture time's gonna be about the same. Oh, hey, thanks for the follow, Don Bomb. There's an Advanced Wars campaign for Wargroove now with a ton of Advanced Wars maps in its trial room as well. Interesting. I might have to look into that, I guess. Does that, like, is that campaign actually, like, is it just Advanced Wars stuff with Wargroove units, or did they actually mod it so that, it's using Advanced Wars stuff? Yeah, it is funny how Greyfield's the one hanging out up here with, no naval units, even though he's the naval commander. Oh, really? It's the first time you've seen the notification? Because I've had that one for a bit now. Hey, choke on my halo. Moo, indeed. It's with Wargroove units and there's modifications to the Advanced War maps to account for the Wargroove mechanics. I see. Well, I'll probably still take a look anyway, see. No promises that I'll end up playing it on stream, but... only happened semi-recently, maybe 4 months. Well, I guess... I mean, depending on the size of it, if they're importing... one or more games worth of stuff, I can definitely see it taking a while. You haven't been able to catch my stream as much as you used to this past few months. That's fair. I guess I am still just a little surprised, because, it's the one that comes up the most commonly, and, I guess it's the one that I did first. And actually modified too. The other notifications we got up is just like I grabbed one of the old meme gifs and I stuck it on. It's not every Advanced War map that's... You think it's only in quotes, right? 50 maps? That's still a fair volume. So depending on how many people were working on it, I could definitely see it reasonably taking a very long time. Especially since they'd have to handcraft, like tile by tile, copy it, and then make their modifications. Seems like it'd be a little bit of a tedious job. How is Forsyth doing down here? I think Forsyth's just hanging out here getting bombarded. Calder's gonna run out of ammo, but then this war tank is basically invincible. I don't know how Foresight's gonna do anything to counter it. At least the way his AI's been playing. I guess if he had more properties, his AI would probably be going, oh yeah, anti-tanks exist. Maybe I should build one of those. And Greyfield's just getting bullied with that battlecopter. Like, Recons, infantry, and war tanks ain't supposed to be particularly good against them, but Calder's just been disrespecting him the entire time, basically. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna stop Greyfield from taking that factory, like anyone, because Calder has been wasting his shots on other stuff. So I might need to reevaluate what we're doing down here. Probably standing by until we get the airport, I suppose. I guess we'll see what Greyfield builds, because he may end up not being able to do too much down here. I should probably build an AA just to make sure we're kind of covered here. Or maybe a missiles. Yeah, you know, with the way this woods... Like how trolly this woods layout is, I probably need a missiles to have any hope of reaching anything. Yeah, I'm reasonably sure the AI doesn't know how to use rigs. I'm not sure I've actually ever even seen the AI build one. Above the Blue Moon and Lazurian Recon where it's an open roof Jeep with a machine gun attached to it. Oh, you do what you gotta do, right? You found it's released in time, or it was released in time with the announcement for the Advanced War 1 remake. It's called the War Group War Room Challenge. Each map has 5 commanders you can pick. You can get an S rank with every selectable commander. And it's got 80 maps. 39 are modified. And 41 are 1v2, 1v3, and or gimmick maps. So that kind of sounds like a trial room mix. Alright, Yeah, this is gonna be pretty slow getting this stuff from Greyfield. But it's not like Foresight's gonna do anything to me. And Calder's too busy having fun bullying Foresight. Oh, 4% damage to the battleship from that medium tank. Whoa. Look out, Calder. Well, rip those subs. There we go. I think this much massed indirect fire should discourage Greyfield from coming anywhere close. I could be wrong, but I feel like it should. Man, Foresight just really wants to do that less than full hit point damage to all these units here. Thanks for the follow, Choco, on my Halo. Considering that most advanced war maps show up as trial maps in later games, it'd be hard for it not to seem like a trial mix. That's fair. Also, medium and war tanks in the woods. Not really a great time. But I guess the AI is determined to do it anyway. Actually, Greyfield's so busy spinning over here, I could probably push into here. Let's see what he does if I pressure him. Still really not sure what to do with Calder hanging out here with his navy. Granted, he might not refuel the cruisers. Cause like they'd have to come all the way back to port just directly to not run out of gas, basically. They could maybe engage one unit on the way. So I could maybe think about investing in a navy now. Well, with the subs down, let's do a couple of gunboats. And maybe try to sneak some infantry around to this side or something. Whoa, Forsyth did more than half the damage. Crazy. Yeah, I guess Calder is refueling. At the very least, his battleships are getting refueled and rearmed. His cruisers probably will too, unless there's something that really distracts them. I think this section here is about to turn into Forsyth just running away. He might build something big down here. I want to be careful about not overextending too much. So let's kill this guy so we have a little bit of room to run away with the tank if... Actually, wait. Yeah, we should have some room to run away with the tank. If he builds something like a medium tank or a war tank. Okay. You actually don't know how many advanced war maps are not in the trial modes ever? I feel like they all are sooner or later. Ah. There's probably some they should have considered not, like, putting in at all. Just some of the ones that were not designed the greatest, but... Because the Days of Ruin trial sets here prove they're not shy about putting in the really bad 4-part ramps, so, you know... Yeah, he's not refueling the cruisers. That's really weird. Also, Greyfield driving that recon up to me and doing nothing with that. That's hilariously fantastic. If he does start building bigger stuff here, though, we're gonna have a tough time getting the bikes away. These battleships may make it impossible to capture at all, but we'll see. I guess I could have gone for a carrier, then run a rig here and just have the seaplanes follow the rig through the woods. It's probably not too late to do that right now. In the very least, having a rig never hurt. Forsyth just throwing away his CO unit. And throwing away a one hit point infantry, because reasons? Yeah, Calder doesn't even need the war tank here. His battleships tear it up already. Man, Forsyth, what are you doing? That recon had to have taken like 300% damage from that Calder war tank. It's awkward. This placement's getting kind of awkward. Like, this is why I got the missiles, because Greenfield having a bomber here, the AAs aren't going to reach it very easily. I guess I can do a Duster now. So I'm going to do that, and maybe start doing B-Copters after that. Or at least one or two. Help us break through these. Oh boy. Our Kohler's just gonna start shooting everyone up here. Well, he did figure out how to put his cruisers in port. Just in the nick of time, too. This cruiser has literally one gas. He's got nothing covering him from my duster here. Well, sad times for Bomber. Now I've got all these gunboats, and I don't really want to move them in because of those battleships. Meanwhile, Forsyth continuing to get massacred. Okay. I mean, that's kind of annoying, but at the same time, that's a really bad trade-off on his part. 3 damage to my artillery so he can lose the bomber. Oof. Oh, they're picking on me now. Damn it. Foresight actually makes it so that it's hard for me to threaten the battleships, but the battleships can't threaten my gunboats either. I think for now my best choice is to keep building battle copiers, because it allows me to simultaneously threaten Greyfield and Calder. As if Forsyth wasn't always already stretched thin fighting Calder in the south, he decided to try to claim a stake on the middle here. That's totally gonna end well for him. Calder decided he really didn't like that AA. Okay, that's another one where he probably did 200% damage to that mech troop. Okay, so I guess we want to get rid of this medium tank. We don't need it healing up and attacking us again. Block the factory. Up to 18 damage to the battleship. Woo! Probably not any reason to try to press hard here at the gunboats. Because then Greyfield, or not Greyfield, Calder could just move away from my choppers and attack my gunboats at the same time. That'd be pretty feels bad. Well, 29,000, but then it's gonna cost us money to repair. But I don't know if I want to wait and not get a third chopper here. Even though I get a bomber the following turn if I do wait. I think the chopper is going to be more immediately useful. So I'll go ahead and do one last Peacopter. Foresight is so weird to watch right now because this AI doesn't know how to deal with War Tank Calder just sitting there in the middle of his everything. Actually, I guess at this point, the question is, how much fuel does that war tank have left? Because it might just get stranded in the middle of Foresight's territory. It's got 19 fuel left. Yeah, eventually, if he keeps just running around picking off units, he's eventually just gonna get stuck somewhere. We don't actually have enough firepower to kill his bike, so we can't get at the battleship here with my chopper. That kinda sucks. I guess we'll damage that one. Because currently it's still not protected. So I could block with the Duster here. This battleship would still be able to move up to attack, but we could stay out of range with the gunboats and then push in on them afterward. then I'd be body blocking with something else. I would probably die to the chopper. So I probably don't want to do that. So let's just get rid of this guy. Because it's not like we've got anything in range to do a genuine capture at this point. Hey Shadow, moo indeed. Maybe we did a second duster. Well, this battleship's out of ammo. Can't believe I didn't notice that. Okay, so I guess attacking it's not really that big of a priority. I think we might need that second duster just so that we can at least free up something so that we can actually attack the air units Greyfield's trying to send around. Okay, well, I guess now is maybe the time to move these gunboats in. Oh, time to watch Forsyth flail. Doing whatever he's trying to do here. Yeah, sorry I'm not the, not the fastest on that. Especially when I'm trying to keep an eye on the map and there's animations going and stuff too. It's like half the reason I actually watch the animations is that it reveals the partial damage that the units take, which can make or break a matchup, depending. Which is a huge quality of life improvement that I appreciate with Wargroove, where it actually says the full percentage health and not just like, oh, he's got 6 hit points, but 6 actually means 5.5. Or it says 6 and it's actually 6.5. Or like 6.3 or something. It's like, oh, well, okay, then we're not killing this unit anyway. Oh, speaking of free kills. Yay, the missile is actually getting to do something. Do we want to... I kinda don't want to use the gunboat ammo here on the battleship because it's out of ammo, and I'd rather threaten the cruiser if it approaches me. Of course, the problem is now our chopper damage is gonna be crap, and I really don't want to hurt my score here. But I guess the gunboats only do 30. My navy's kind of sad as far as attacking into the battleships. Hey, I should have built that sub. I guess we technically only need 2 gunboats to cripple a cruiser. Yeah, the battleships have ammo, but I want to keep it from escaping. But I don't want to waste the ammo for going after the cruiser after. So I'm softening up the battleship so that I can maybe catch it as it tries to retreat. But I want to keep the 2 ammo so that if this cruiser moves in, then we take away 80% of its health. Otherwise, I could have killed the battleship right there. Oh, Curse Nobleman. That's where it is the best in the series. Well, I'll have to play it and then I'll see if I agree with you on that. I have heard a lot of praise for it though, so, you know. Artillery is conveniently out of range. Well, I guess we'll take the free promotion off the infantry. so if I put the 2 choppers here, if that battleship tries to retreat, I might be able to do something. It'll depend on if he leaves the cruiser in a place that leaves him open or not. Okay, maybe now I can consider saving for that bomber. Now that we've kind of stabilized the middle here. Has the most campaign variety, I see. Hey, cat. Just woke up from snuggling your kitty during a storm. Oh, was your kitty scared? Poor Groove AI is crap, he just made Lancer APC chains. I mean, let's be fair here, the Days of Ruin AI isn't being particularly smart here. Like, have you seen what Forsyth has been doing? Just like, flailing around ineffectively as Calder drives around in his territory. Hello, Zakraz. Or like you were scared and she came to comfort you. Well, nothing bad with that either. Kitties are good for comfort. A tree almost fell on your house when you were in middle school. Yikes. Did not know that. Your grandparents' dog will get scared of thunderstorms despite how she doesn't or didn't when she was younger. Oh, you're just getting skittish in her old age, I guess? Yes? The only advantage Wargroove has on Advanced Wars is Vampire Lady Waifu. I don't know, I'd say there's some quality of life interface improvements too. But the design definitely has some flaws for sure. But given it's based off of Advanced Wars, which has some flaws itself, like, I don't think that's surprising. And also Caesar. Caesar's awesome. And I will fight you on that one. You may have not known what you're getting into with the last spell. It's pretty much the definition of roguelite. Leave the campaign, buy a bonus for the next one, repeat until you win. That kind of reminds me of how the Slay the Spire game loop works. Your 13-year-old doggo also hates storms. I feel like that's not terribly uncommon. I'm actually not entirely sure how Asuna would fare with storms if she could actually hear them. Because I live in a building where I'm on the ground floor, so I've got several floors that are of sound cushions, so like when it's raining, I don't really notice unless I actually look out the window. So I don't know how Asuna would react Just simply because I'm pretty sure she can't hear it either. Slay the Spire doesn't have any advantages for restarting. Last spell has tons of mandatory meta progression. Even potentially have a chance. Ew. Gross. I think, like, I've been mentioning this in my, in the Discord, where Back for Blood's mandatory meta progression really bothers me. And it's something I'm not a fan of in general. But, I mean, I guess I was thinking of Slay the Spire because you pick a bonus when you start. And it can heavily influence your play if that bonus turns out to work fairly well for you. Also, I guess there's technically meta progression in Slay the Spire as well. It doesn't take too long to unlock all the cards, I suppose. Cedar would try to lick the thunder. You don't know how that works, but you're assuming neither would she. I mean, yeah, probably. Joe, the one who hates storms, used to be a stray. Man, so I guess that's kind of sucky to think about it. As a stray, man, being caught out in storms would really suck for Joe then. Mandatory meta progression is the definition of roguelite. I guess I didn't realize that. I wouldn't say Slay the Spire's meta progression doesn't mean much. There's a lot of combos that you don't have access to if you don't have the cards unlocked. And some of them are stupid strong. By meta progression means starting at a stronger point, like higher level or higher stats. Okay. I'd still say I'm not really a fan of that. Because I guess, again, I'd point to Back for Blood as having a progression that's like that. It's kind of like, alright, if you don't have certain cards, good luck doing, I don't know, half the gameplay in that game so far. It's been something that's disappointed me a lot. Technically in Slay the Spire, you're stronger if you could somehow play Ascension 20 without any unlocks. Oh? That's an interesting line of thought. And Kohler's definitely gonna get himself stranded. Like, how much gas does that war tank have now? 14. So he's got maybe 3 more turns of chasing stuff around. It'd be vastly more consistent and he could go for the same build every run and actually get it every run. But would those builds be strong enough to actually get you through? Okay, these cruisers are actually playing chicken with me here. So I could snipe this battleship, see if the cruiser tries to jump me, and if it does, I can jump the cruisers back. I think we're gonna do that. The only thing is this makes it so I won't be able to drop the infantry off, but that's fine. We've got this under control already. Not just talking card unlocks, you get the same relics every run as well. So you get min-max or extremes because you would almost never roll unnecessary things. That makes me curious, maybe. Like, maybe someone made a mod for that then? Where you can use... Because I know there's mods that unlock up to Ascension 20 without having to actually grind your way up. So, like, if there's a version of that that only unlocks the Ascensions without unlocking the other stuff, then, like, you could do that on purpose, right? Speedruns used to use new save files to be more consistent. Ah, I see. So what changed to make speedruns decide not to do that anymore? Personally, you appreciate a good roguelite as long as the gameplay loop is actually engaging. You don't like the ones that are just go through, die, come back, stronger, die, come back, even stronger, and win. If it's just grinding through, making yourself stronger, then you're not completing achievable milestones along the way to make yourself stronger, it's just bad. I think I can agree with that. Like, as... I guess not necessarily roguelite progression, per se. Since I'm obviously not terribly deep in that stuff, but like as a general design for gameplay loops, it's like if it feels like too much of a grind where you're not making meaningful progression, I can definitely agree that it feels very blah. The mod for Ascension unlocks doesn't unlock anything else, but top players consider that cheating. I guess that'd be fair to consider that cheating that way, but I guess if you just wanted to play through and do that, then I guess it's nice that it's possible, right? we're gonna have to do something about this fighter. We can hang out outside the range at least for now. Here's an example of the meta progression you're talking about. In Advanced Wars Dual Strike, you unlock more units as you progress, similar to Slay the Spire unlocks, but you can also just spam the same map 50 times to hit rank 10. Be strictly better, that's kind of meta progression roguelites use. Okay, that makes sense. Literally just better, different from having more options. Alright, that's an interesting nuance. Okay, we're actually gonna body block with a cruiser here. Make sure this gunboat doesn't lose fighting power. Or at least make it so that if Holder decides to engage us, it's not gonna lose fighting power. So I can do that bomber now, but is it gonna be the correct choice with the fighter in play? I guess we do have the 2 Dusters and the missiles. So yeah, let's build the bomber, and then if it looks like a problem, we can always build more anti-air after. And then, like, hide the bomber behind the Dusters or something. Doesn't help that both literally better and unlocks use the term medic progression, despite being 2 different things. Yeah, I guess. I guess on a high level, they could be kind of considered the same category for developers, though, right? So that's probably how it ended up not having the nuance that is likely required of the different genres now. All you're doing is going through the same loop until you beat it. It's boring to you. Make it interesting instead of just going through the same loop. Of going through the same thing over and over until you have enough bonuses to steamroll and break it up into smaller beatable challenges and reward you for completing them with permanent upgrades. Yeah, so actually feeling like you're controlling your progression, right? Instead of just grinding stats. Like, that's kind of why I'm less big on JRPGs that want me to grind these days. It's kind of like, well, I really don't want to do 40 hours of this. Not that I haven't, but Like, I'd prefer not to, and that's also a big part of, like, why I won't touch Disgaea games anymore. Other roguelites, like Rogue Legacy, you have higher stats every run, where Dead Cells weapons get upgraded every run. You also have higher stats. The last spell, the thing you can do is have higher starting stats and buy more deployment slots for units. Is that a... So when you say more deployment slots, is that like a roguelite strategy game then? Most people fully accept contact unlocks for roguelikes and traditional roguelikes now. It's a roguelike where there are no unlocks. It's like Fire Emblem in a sense, I see. Like, I guess I'm not completely opposed to unlocks, but the pacing has to be fairly good for me to accept it. And the grindier it gets, the less patience I have with the design. Okay, well... I guess this is all we can do. Now for the circus with Forsyth. Forsyth literally abandoning his base because he's so scared of that war tank. It's like, dude, run away. Okay, and Calder hangs one of his cruisers out to dry. He's like, this guy could have come up here and helped them and minimize damage a bit, but no. Nice, leaving it with 2%. Kinda tempted to shoot it down with Chopper now. Cause I totally could. Oh, this is gonna make my score not great, but... I'm not letting this thing get away. Hide behind the battleship. The units here are actually protected too. I guess Rayfield's probably gonna start spamming AAs now. As the AIs want to. What we get when you allow game devs submits appropriate terms. I mean, were those terms like super well defined by the communities to start with though? Like, if we're being entirely fair to them, is that maybe not them just trying to figure it out as they go too? At least, to my knowledge, like a lot of language stuff, people just kind of make up on the fly. Roguelike was pretty well defined. Roguelike is literally just games like the game Rogue. Yeah, but like, how many degrees of closeness do you need? As everyone starts to make their own takes on stuff, right? You start to get further removed from the definition. So it becomes the question of, well, is it close enough, and who gets to judge how close enough it is? Until roguelites came around, the term roguelike is pretty well defined. The game devs made, or the games that devs made, they wanted to call their games roguelike, but they weren't. So they started calling them roguelite. And some devs got away with calling their roguelites as roguelikes, and then others pointed at their games and said, see, that's a roguelike, so is mine. But I mean, I guess the thing is that people started accepting it though, right, too? So, like, implicitly, then it's close enough for people to be okay with the definition. So again, it becomes a problem of how many degrees removed you can get. And who gets a say and all that. And of course, yeah, I can get why you don't like reductive labels in vid, but at the same time, then you get into that problem, like, these categories are kind of necessary, like, for communication, right? So, it's like, it's catch-22, right? It's like, people aren't communicating clearly, but they need a way to communicate. But a lot of the terms kind of have different meanings to people too, even if by small degrees. So it tends to become a mess regardless of anything. I guess too long didn't read. Communication is hard. It's pretty much absolute. Roguelikes are games that are like Rogue, though it's zero progression, game based completely around a player's skill and knowledge of the game. You you want to pass off a game as roguelike to you, you have to pass that litmus test. I mean, which is fair enough, like, by your personal definition, but then when these things are out in the wild, though, like, it's never that simple, right? So I can understand you taking a hard stance, but it's gonna be, I guess, maybe difficult to find people who take that same hard stance in their definition. You don't think anything about describing the genre of roguelike is clear communication? Well, that's because people can't really completely agree, right? But that's what happens with a lot of stuff, where you're trying to categorize stuff, but people have different definitions, nuance, etc. So it's difficult to be completely clear for a lot of that stuff, I'd say. You heard people trying to distance away from Metroidvania description 2 in favor of search action game. That's it's a bit of a overly generic term, I guess, but on the other hand, I can understand, because like if people haven't played Metroid or Castlevania a bunch, like that term ends up being kind of meaningless. We should Metroidvania is such a cool name, though, and similarly, we should retire the name first-person shooter and henceforth refer to them as Wolfendooms. Not gonna lie, that sounds like a Pokemon. Welcome back, Don Ball. Doesn't help that some devs misappropriating the term roguelike can muddle things in the minds of a lot of gamers. I don't know, again, I'd still question if that's, I guess, if the devs have really misappropriated, if it's like definitions that people are willing to accept, right? Because language changes over time. We got a lot of otherwise weird stuff going on with English, even, like. So I wonder if shifts in categories like that are just kind of the natural progression of things. Man, I'm kind of salty that Spider survived. Not that 1 hit points is gonna do any damage, but still. Well, we can't afford another bomber yet, so I guess we're just gonna hang out here. problem with my argument is that it opens the floodgates. For example, why can't you call the Advance Wars 1 remake the next Pokemon like? I mean, you could. You could see how many people actually accept that. But yeah, it's one of those things where, like, it's kind of like it or not, the mercurial mainstream is going to end up shifting things one way or the other. I wouldn't say it's not as simple as just all it's taking is someone accepting it, but I'd also say there's a nuance between like someone accepting it and someone denying information, like a word's definition. I wouldn't say I'm a proponent of the idea that we should accept netisms in daily speech, but I don't think there's any escaping it. Like, I'm not a fan of... Like, in all honesty, I'm not a particular fan of netisms, but it's here. It's gonna happen. The definition isn't an opinion. Like, not... Like, it's not as simple as calling it an opinion. It's like... I guess it's more like a... like a large general opinion that has to actually stand the test of time, too. It's why it's so hard to predict things, too. Technically, we define words so they are by creations, definitions, and opinion. But at some point, we say this word means X, and we are not accepting opinions on it. And if you want your own version, make another word. Which, like, such a hardline stance is not gonna stick. Like, it's something that people try to do, and it just, at some point, it's gonna slip. The dictionary stuck. I mean, it sort of does, but if you look at a number of English words, the definitions have definitely very slowly slipped on a lot of them. It's not like people have come in and just completely redefined English, but common usage throughout time, it's just shifted for sometimes reasons that make no sense. It's kind of funny in that sense because it's almost like a lot of the time people don't notice until it's too late. And that's kind of one thing I do find fascinating. Like, even though, let's be clear, I would love, communication-wise, for us to have definitions that don't change, but I don't think that's ever gonna happen. I was a little confused there. Like, why that medium tank do so little to the AA? Well, because it's sitting in Calder's aura. Oh look, Forsyth finally responded to the war tank with an anti-tank. Oh, nice. We can batter this AA and then bomb the anti-tank. We'll take a little bit of damage in the process, but in general, I'd say it's a cost win for us, and greatly weakens their position to do so. Wait, if loan words don't count, then, like, doesn't that disqualify, like, all of language? Because that, I mean, English is the most egregious for stealing words, but like every language does it. Probably don't have to worry too much about this guy dealing damage to the artillery. I want to push forward, so rather than have the rockets shoot at the infantry. Granted, I think we actually need ammo, so I guess we'll do this instead. What is this battleship gonna shoot at now? Let's see. If I pull everyone back, it can only shoot at the mech or the infantry. I think I'm gonna gun down that fighter too. We don't want it to go get repaired. Even though it'll cost Greyfield a bunch of money, I'd still rather not let him keep any control of airspace. Wait, let's... I guess, again, I agree that it'd be cool if we could just keep solo definitions and not have the definition ever slip, but I don't think that's gonna happen. The helicopters gun this down? Nope, they definitely can't. Well, D-Coppers confirmed Wimpy against landers. Okay, well we don't really want to let them get by either, so I guess we'll do this. this chopper here, so... Now the battleship has to move to its maximum range if it wants to target either of the infantry or mech that it would want to attack. Man, how did Calder end up getting pushed back here? What is going on? Calder owned Forsyth's base. Before a tank ran out of ammo and started getting damaged and to push. I mean, it really hasn't taken damage. It's still got 2 ammo, but I guess it's got no gas left. But it's also a Calder war tank, so even its machine gun is scary against a lot of things. Because remember, this is the unit with 70% extra stats. Just all around, and it self-repairs. And then all the units that Calder left hanging died. Okay, yeah, I think that was about 2% dealt by that infantry. See, like, that's what happens when you stay in the Calder aura, but... Black seems to be having a lot of trouble actually protecting his units. Especially since that war tank keeps driving away. Actually, where is it going? There's a city right here, even though the recon was on it. It had repaired. Okay, so this war tank's about to get stranded on this tile. And the computer doesn't build rigs, so, yeah. Good job, Calder. Yeah, okay, fair that. Like, I can agree that sometimes when you shift definitions, like when the definitions shift, it causes harm or miscommunication. Because, like, I guess that's part of why I would like it to be constant if I could, but... Yeah, definitely not something that's going to be practical. And I think even if people like actively tried to do it as well, it would still fail at some point, just because people would unintentionally shift it by some degrees. You can accept that words change, you can accept it better if there's a good reason for the change. What you can't accept is people accept the change for no good reason, blowing it off as words change all the time. Well, I guess, unfortunately, it's kind of the reality of it, is that, like, sometimes words just don't change for a good reason. And a lot of the time, people aren't going to notice it until it's already shifted too much for there not to be kind of an argument for the definition at that point. People did try to do it and did fail. Esperanto was invented trying to solve this exact problem. Really? Okay, there's something I didn't know. Another phrase you take issue with: we are the authors of our own reality. That's a nice thought. I'll leave it at that. And 3 units attacking into this battleship can't even kill it. Forsyth, I hate you for feeding colors this much. Well, I guess if we do chase it, it's not like he has much to protect it with. But, damn, our score is gonna go in the toilet off of that. Esperanto was designed as an official international language that we wholly constructed and built upon by committee. Yeah, I guess the problem with that is that then, like, you have to be so on top of things with your material and stuff, and then like, there's no way to be that centralized about that kind of stuff, really. And if it's used fully internationally, it's someone in some backwater remote area is gonna shift it, and it's gonna make its way back. There's the inertia. If we all roll over and give up before we even try, we're never gonna make any meaningful positive cultural change. I mean, that's not what I'm arguing. But, like, I'm not saying people shouldn't try, but it's kind of a, I guess, a pick your battles thing. Like, there's only so much one person can do. So, like, there's things you just might not be able to win the fight on. And I guess fretting over it is gonna be just simply a source of stress. So I guess it's a matter of practicality. I guess if it means that much to you, then you can probably put the effort into it. But it's one of those things where you might have some trouble getting traction, is what I'm saying. Because a lot of people aren't gonna prioritize the same cause. And I guess the thing is that at the end of the day, there's an imbalance of power, and there's some people who are just gonna have more control over things. And it's gonna be kind of one of those scenarios where you're unlikely to be able to overtake them. I have to put the veteran at risk. That kind of sucks. 'Cause it's probably gonna be the one that the cruiser shoots at. Hey, insert joke here. Although, actually, I guess I might try to shoot out one of the gunboats. It's hard to say. Because it's technically more of a threat. But it might just go against whatever it does the most damage to. This AA spam, man. I should have brought a rig up here, because we're gonna run out of gas, too. That artillery is getting super screwed. I love it. Yeah, let's maybe avoid getting a little or getting too political here. Like I understand the sentiments, but that avenue tends to go places we probably don't want to. Yeah, well, I guess the mech gets to live another day because its lander is blocking me from shooting at it. Or I guess I could shoot it with my duster if I want to be a dick. Although I think practically speaking, it's better for the duster to hang out here and scare Greyfield out of doing more airport stuff. Got a ton of money. Bomber? Yeah, probably bomber. Bomber and maybe mech, because this factory is actually close enough that we can maybe gun for the headquarters. So one of those few campaign maps or campaign/trial maps where I'm actually gonna build more mechs than usual. Greyfield and airports don't mix. Greyfield and a lot of things don't mix. I'm actually like these COs are so specialized in a lot of ways. I'm kind of surprised that some of the ones that ended up with a naval or air focus didn't at least get a little bit of the ground unit focus. Because if you look at every map in Advance Wars, you can't really get much done without ground forces. So it feels like you need a really extreme boost to naval or air to actually make up for that. Because like if you lose the ground game, then you're losing properties, and then you're losing your economy and possibly losing the game. So it's great to have strong naval and air support units, but they're also really expensive. So like even with something like Greyfield giving 20% extra attack and 50% extra defense in his aura to naval units, well that's cool, but if you're fighting mech versus mech and whatever, that's not really helping you very much. And actually, you know, I think, was it Ken the other night was mentioning that it's weird that there's no infantry commander? Like, for Greyfield, throwaway infantry would totally be up his alley, so it'd be kind of funny if his boost was, or he gave a boost to infantry as well. I mean, okay, so I agree that there's some fear about topics, but it's in this case, I would say it's more of a there's a time and a place for these kinds of discussions, and a like if we want to talk politics, I'd say we need a proper serious forum for it. I say that because this point you don't take politics seriously at all. I mean, it's something that should be, so... More to my point, I guess, like, there should be a serious forum around it. At least, if you want to push for change on that kind of stuff, that's the correct arena. Rip veteran Beecopter. You here to watch funny Birdman play shitty SRPG games? I mean... Days of Ruin has some questionable decisions, but come on. Calling it a shitty SRPG... Well, I guess the upside of the AA spam is he's spending all of his money there, so if we... Like, just having a few tanks around keeps him from seriously being able to threaten our area and entry to the base. This is a pretty good game. To be fair, shitty SRPG is an oxymoron. I'm not sure if I'd go that far, but... Yeah, Advance War, like, Days of Ruin, for all the black sheep reputation it has among the Advance War series, it's still pretty well made. It's just, there's, as always, some questionable decisions. But, I've definitely seen some SRPGs from other people I've watched where I wonder what was going through the devs' heads. Wonder what happens after the repeat. can't for Advance Wars? I think it probably hinges on how well it sells. Oof. I actually wasn't paying attention to the damage. So, are we actually gonna kill this? Yeah! Hosing our score, but we're getting rid of the cruisers. Actually, we can probably come in behind Calder here and take his stuff. Question is, do we want to do that immediately? Because I feel like we need to do something about Foresight first. Actually, we don't really have the power to push on this as long as this AA is here anyway, because all my bombers are up here dealing with Greyfield. All these AAs are covering each other, which is kind of annoying. We can almost build bombers as fast as he builds AAs, but not quite, so this could get... It's gonna turn into a really stupid arms race. Actually, what I should do... I guess we'll use the rig for it. Yeah, there's no shore to land it with the gunboat, so we'll use a rig to transport this infantry up and maybe try to take over some more of these cities. Because he can technically still afford an AA every turn if I take this city away from him. We could do more with the Swinny, except... What? I guess I should stop the blue from taking this over, though. So, man, this is kinda annoying. Let's double back the bomber. Let's see, he has bomber and recon. Recon! It's the only thing that really has movement to reach it next turn. Kind of blah, but okay, I guess we're building a recon. Because I assume this one's gonna body block, so that the bomber has to hit it, so then we hit this one with the recon. Yeah, I realize that cruisers can kill his butts, but we needed something to charity tap the last of that influence. But, what is this about DLC on the Advance Wars remake? Is that actually a thing? Or are you talking about the Wargroove DLC? Oh, you're talking about Wargroove, okay. That doesn't sound like trolling so much as just misunderstanding. You're talking about the Wargroove having the DLC mini campaign. Okay, so we are talking about the Wargroove DLC. Yeah, that was kind of a weird DLC. Oh, I did kind of like the Rifleman, but it's a... Oh, I think I'd agree that it's a bit awkward. Especially since at no point really in that campaign did I feel like it was worth building more thieves. It's kind of like, if I had pre-deployed thieves, I utilized them a little bit. But otherwise, making the S ranks basically necessitated never actually trying to invest in more thieves. I'm kind of curious how far Blue's gonna get. Because, like, for some reason, Forsyth decided spamming recons was a good idea. Okay, so he did embody block it. That's a curious play. Well, I guess either way, I do need the 2 units to attack, so I guess it's a good thing I pulled back the bomber. Yeah, good luck with the rest of your capture there. Also note, this is why I don't really like recons that much. You get an advantageous matchup like this, but like, it takes 4 damage to do 5 damage to a mech. It's just... Man... You know what, actually sending this rig up here is not that bad of an idea too, because everyone up here kind of needs refueling. Actually, you know what we should do? Get this artillery over here so we can target the factory. Then we can mess up those AAs as they come out. Oops. I meant to capture, and I attacked. Smooth. Okay, well... I guess he's got a little more economy for another turn. Or another couple turns. Advanced Wars gacha time. You can't wait for 10 different PNGs of Sammy and out of character overly sexualized outfits. Yeah. I mean, it's what sells, right? do lose our rig for the gunboats here, but I'm not sure that's actually a problem, simply because I don't think Calder has the funds to even do anything with his navy right now. So we can kind of leave him alone for the moment. I guess I'll maybe build another rig here later. I think that might be the end of Forsyth trying to backdoor me. Actually, this might be really funny, because I think Forsyth is gonna struggle to kill Calder's units. Okay, maybe not quite here, but I think he's gonna start dealing damage and not quite be able to finish stuff off. And it's just gonna continually cost Calder money to repair. And that's probably gonna be the death of Calder. Because if he's got no money to defend anything, well... GG's. Yeah, Calder's in the trial maps. For whatever reason, this 4-player map has Calder playing as the black player. And he started with, what was it, 2 cruisers, 3 battleships, 2 subs, and basically no economy. It was a very interesting choice of setup. I want to say it's not quite time to push in yet, so I guess we'll let this medium tank deal damage to us. Then we can potentially push next turn. Actually, if we wanted to, we could fall... Yeah, this is gonna hose our gas, but we can fall back here out of range. And of course we can't afford another bomber, so that's gonna break our pushing power a little bit here. I guess we'll buy that rig I was thinking about. Who needs money when you have battleships? In theory, except Calder threw them all away. Well, that medium tank's about to get messed up when it's Calder's turn. Wow. That moment when they're getting a 60% boost from your CO, and because of your recon, your damage is still kind of pathetic. I feel like that's almost not even worth repairing, but we'll go ahead and do it anyway. Alright, well, Greyfield be turtling. It's too bad that... Actually, I guess I could have built a battleship and had it come up the river here. I guess we'll save money. If we can't break his line over the next couple turns, I'll send up a battleship. Oh, 2 rounds of combat with 60% boost, and it still couldn't kill the enemy recon. Well done. Man, I'm not gonna have any gas left on my tanks here. I can actually probably withdraw these air units here. Because it's not like Greyfield's gonna be able to afford anything. Oh, I gotta shoot this transport up. Get myself some score. It's not like Color needs it to capture over there. Otherwise, I would have considered letting him keep it so that he could go cause Forsyth more issues. I swear Gacha is the worst thing to hit game development ever. So glad EA got their fingers burnt when they tried to stick their fingers into the Gachapon pool. Yeah, it's not a great model. I'm not a fan of it at all myself. But like, I guess there's a reason it's successful, unfortunately. And like, all that gacha stuff got its start with Korean MMOs, eh? So it kind of proved that people are definitely willing to pay to win. Or are you finding a gacha that only charges $100 to get what you want? I mean, a lot of North American stuff seems to be you have decent odds of getting one copy for $100. It's still... Yeah, it's still pretty iffy. The tanks can't go far here. We're gonna have barely any movement available. Although I guess we can, if we bomber these, we can then block this off. And then the tanks will be out of gas, but that's okay, because they're in a position to threaten the factory. Yeah, I think I like that. Let's hose these guys. Though actually I probably should have had... Probably should have had the artillery hit this. Well, we could end up maybe killing this, but... Yeah, actually decent odds with the level 1 promotion, so I guess we'll go for it and see if it works. Because then we can block the factory with our tank too. Actually, and if we miss the kill, we can finish him off with our other tank and then have Brenner block. Oof, okay. Okay, that didn't actually quite work. And now it's gonna leave this flank open to this one, but I guess that's okay. We can work with that. Okay, so now let's think about Calder here. He is building gunboats now. So maybe a cause for concern. We should get our navy in order. I think we can safely say that those infantry are superfluous. We can just move the one mech here in for the capture if we can't route. I would be kind of shocked if we can't, though. You know, considering we just blocked his factory. No, if I route yellow without capturing his headquarters, then the buildings go neutral, which is why I want to capture it if I can, but... his AA spam is kind of annoying, so... Actually, if I block his buildings, it should be fine. Because once I block that airfield, then he's done. Remember, one pay-to-win game was that legit required to either pay to bypass the grind for the story or spend over 1,000 hours to get there without paying. Yeah, that sounds about right. Especially, yeah, that's whether the game server is gonna last 10 years, they expect you to need to grind through it, or Yeah, to get through their grind. I guess it depends on how many whales are whaling. Yeah, that's a I'd say that's a fair assessment. Being a gacha doesn't preclude being fun, but the the model itself tends to encourage getting money out of the players first and foremost, so that tends to not lead to the best game design decisions. And sometimes the games are still fun despite that, but I don't think you can ever really fully predict that. But hey, we still have a little bit of gas left in the tank. How about that? Let's see. Guess I'll do that. We might not. Yeah, we didn't get the kill there. Ah, that sucks. 1%. Thanks, game. I guess we can have the 5 hit point bomber go after it. Stop it from repairing up to 3. Problem with gachas and praise on the collectionists need to have everything. If you want to be able to complete, you need to spend thousands upon thousands and more. To add more and more things to the gacha. Yeah, that's part of the model. That and powers, so they make you grunt or show out $1,000 to have a fully merged whatever. Man, I think we can say goodbye to actually using Brenner anywhere else after this, because even after we gas him out, getting out of this forest is gonna take 1,000,000 years. No. I guess he probably couldn't afford a cruiser if he wanted to. So I don't know what I was scared about there. Yeah, for sure. If you think it's gonna be a problem for you, definitely steer clear of gacha. Foresight's coming up over here again. Let's see this. That way we've got all the ports covered. Wherever he decides to land, he's screwed. Yeah, I think I've had my tendency to be a collector diffused by JRPGs, where it's just like, they want too much of me. I'm not doing that anymore. Especially after, like, such fantastic things as the low effort chocobo racing for stuff like, say, Tidus's ultimate weapon in FF10, stuff like that. You like how I left the recon to catch his infantry, he just dumps it next to him anyway? Oh, the computer's gonna computer, right? Exactly enough gas. Or no, not quite. A little bit more than enough gas. As it turns out, it was just enough to complete this, these shenanigans. Okay. Well, I bet you think you were clever. Also, yo, the recon dealing damage and not taking actual damage on your turn. There's not very many matchups that let it do that. Better buy all the alternate costume DLCs. Can't beat the game without all the swimsuit models, clearly. With Dragalia playing free-to-play and you've only been playing for 2/3 of the game's lifespan, you have 80% of the things Gacha can give you. That's interesting. I guess I'm not too familiar with Dragalia, but I've heard it is a little friendlier than other Gachas usually are. So I suppose that doesn't surprise me that much. know what? I don't know what I'm gonna do with all this anti-air stuff now. Because none of the other places here have airports. Well, this is such a hilarious jam up because Calder's CO is just a total brick right now. And occasionally people wander into the aura and it's super scary. But then as soon as the units are outside of the aura, like Brenner, or not Brenner, Forsyth just massacres them because his force is 3 times as large. Of that poor gunboat. Yes, that war tank's being out of fuel for what, like 15 turns at this point? Dragalia's friendliness is odd, it gives a ton of summoning resources and there's no merges or IVs, so once you get a unit you have them forever. But old non-limited units never get rerun? Or never get rerun banners, so it's effectively impossible to summon for anyone you missed. And seasonal limiteds who are available once or twice a year are easier to get than normal units. Wow, that is very strange. Okay, blah blah blah, we kill this guy. Bombers or uninjured can come down and actually help here. I think at this point I just start building battleship after battleship. We'll need some ground forces, but I think overall it shouldn't be too hard to just headquarters capture. So let's load up a few of these guys. Actually, I don't know why I did that. Yeah, I don't think backdooring Calder here is going to be too involved, so I'll probably send most of the firepower this way. Oh, rip that recon. percentage. Okay, I'd be astonished if 2 battleships isn't enough for the right side. At least with the, because we got a couple of bombers coming in too, which should be more than enough. Actually, this cruiser's not gonna be terribly helpful because I don't think there's gonna be any point where Calder can afford a sub. I should actually prepare something here though. I guess let's do a land. I guess we can't buy the lander yet. We'll probably lander the bike over. So maybe let's do 2 bikes and we'll lander that on over here to try to get the headquarters after. Actually, if I take over Calder's headquarters, I can also just immediately build an artillery that targets this factory. As we're leaving that factory uncovered, no, I wasn't. I mean, I was kind of padding my score, but at the same time, if I routed, yellow, then it would have. He would have not let me capture his headquarters. I guess I was kind of halfway in the strategies there because I had this guy trapped in here, but I thought I was gonna end up killing him, so. Then I would have just left this exposed and wounded the whatever came out every time or something. Imagine being the guy in that gunboat being held together by band-aids and tape being ordered to charge at full speed into an entire battleship. Yeah, I think a lot of people would desert. What about an anti-tank? I mean, sure, I could build an anti-tank just for the heck of it. We might actually not have enough firepower to fully weaken these guys. That's fine though, we got 2 sets of infantry. This AA is gonna be pretty useless for disrupting capturing. Yeah, I think we should be able to guarantee a capture over the next 2 turns. Because, even if this mech gets attacked, I've got this infantry who's gonna be uninjured. Factories in rockets minimum range. It isn't. At least I don't think it is. Rockets are 3 range? Yeah, 3 to 5, so you would miss being able to hit this one. Which is fine. This is so many recons! What was Forsyth doing? Actually, what is Forsyth still doing? He's still building recons. I'm confused. Like, the AI, I know it likes recons, but it usually doesn't go that crazy on them. Well, now the question is, will we win first, or will Brenner actually get back out to be relevant first? Alright. Many low-value units and that one anti-tank for good measure. Yeah, gotta defeat that war tank. Man. His CO tank's gonna get messed up pretty badly here though, because it's under Polar's aura. Yeah, that nice job, Forsyth. I also like how that mech ran away instead of fighting us. Because, like, normally the AI will very aggressively fight to protect the headquarters, but that mech is just like, nope, I'm out. So many AAs. The headquarters capture might actually be legitimately hard, because all this stuff actually deals damage, or like substantial damage to infantry. Riplander. Like, I almost don't even want to fire most of the stuff with the battleships. Like, this is a waste of ammo. But I guess let's get rid of this veteran AA so it doesn't repair. You saw what happened to the gunboat. Yeah, it was the gunboat. I guess that's fair enough. Okay, hey, we can't really afford to build anything more big here. This is gonna be a bit of a slog. I'm gonna build a rig here and bring it down to the shore here so that the battleships have less downtime. Because they are gonna need to rearm. Actually, you know what? Brenner could still be relevant on one turn, because I can use the CO power to give his boost to everyone. The question is there going to be a turn where I'm going to want to do that? Wow, Forsyth, are you serious? What is wrong with you? This Kohler anti-tank just soloing Forsyth's entire army. Well, you had your fun, Kohler, but your stuff is mine now. Oh yeah, I was gonna do an anti-tank there, wasn't I? Well, I might move the artillery down and then build an anti-tank. Just for the heck of it, why not? Oh, I'm sorry, were you using that? Those A's still have just enough coverage too, that's irritating. You know, we're gonna go up here and cover that factory. I almost need a rig down here to help the other stuff. These bombers get over. Actually, let's just do this. We'll stop over at this rig. I wonder if Blue's gonna push this way now. Might make things a little interesting. Yeah, he's pushing right. do it this way right now so that we can get that artillery off the factory. Then that way we can have 2 indirects pointed at it, and he'll never ever get anything to leave once we've done that. Alright, there we go. There's our anti-tank. Let's see, shoot up the artillery, I guess. We can probably have this battleship here just stand by, because he's about to get a bunch of stuff he can shoot at. Probably don't need anything more than what we have. This is already pretty overwhelming as far as forces go. At least compared to Foresight's quantity over quality. There we go. Anti-tank and artillery working side by side. Feel sorry for these land aids. Foresight's just sending them out to die. Well, what you gonna do, Forsyth? Try to steal my city, apparently. Hi, my name is Massive Overkill. Really? You failed to kill the recon. You're pathetic, War Tank. Oops, all battleships. I mean, almost, but not quite. Commence hiding in corner tactics. It's poor War Tank. It's just not gonna get to do anything now. Shot up one recon and failed to even kill it. That's its legacy. It absolutely cannot reach there. Oh yeah, I guess we were gonna build a lander, weren't we? Eh. We'll just get the War Tank over here, and so it can actually do things, I guess. Because these guys aren't going to come out of hiding. We're going to have to actually chase them. Granted, I guess if we get the bombers close enough, then it's GG's. Oh, they actually did come out. That's surprising. Like, not just halfway out like I thought they might. They just like, no, we're going full bore now. Wow, really? War Tank, you never cease to disappoint. Alright, good night. Thanks for watching, Invid. Have a good sleep. Almost out of ammo. Too many battleships out of ammo. It's been a long map. Actually, deceptively long for its size. Like, this is probably the longest 4-player we've had to do. And that's counting the stupid, really large mountain map with Fog of War. Like... what? Needs to rank up, but it keeps getting kill sniped. Well, that's War Tank's own fault. If it would just roll high, then it would be fine. Oops, I guess we want that recon. Well, I guess they'll get one more turn where we get to shoot their crap up. Yes, the recon play. Who could have seen that coming? Alright, and for kicks, we're gonna give the anti-tank the finishing blow. Pew pew, anti-tank. Hooray. Yeah, I want to note, that took a long time, and we still scored positive on the speed. Think about that for a second. Devs knew they were trolling. Catastrophic losses for all the AI opponents. I want to say like 200,000 of this is probably from Forsyth just ramming units into Calder and dying. Like, we didn't fight Forsyth until very late, so he was very zealously just throwing stuff away. Like, we joke about Calder's Wrecked War Tank being the ultimate strategy, but apparently against Forsyth it was. Like, Forsyth just couldn't fathom how to counter it. It was too much for his old man brain. Alright, that was really long, so I'm gonna go refill my drink real quick so I actually have something for the next couple hours, so I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Solution is recon for days, but of course. If you plink something enough with a machine gun, it's gonna explode, right? It's the law of enemy. Okay. What is this one? I think this might be a Fog of War map because there's a comm tower. Will versus Izzy. Ah, yes. I kind of remember this one now. Yeah, well... Just gotta wait for the tanks to line up so that we can missile them. Wait. Yeah, that's weird. I thought this tank over here would have moved. That's unexpected. Gonna see if there's anything right here, we'll get it too in this. So we should still have vision on most of this after. A weird map. Yeah, I know. But some of these free-to-plays are just quirky like that. There's actually one free-to-play that I thought would have popped up earlier that I'm waiting for. It's a bit of a weird, like it's even weirder because of the way it's set up. But it's also one of the ones that's kind of fun just because of how bizarre it is. I'll point it out when we get to it. I feel when infantry actually do things. Like, not just mechs, but infantry. Damn, still a medium tank here. Well, I guess it's a good thing we still have one missile. Why isn't that medium tank moving up? I guess maybe I have to aggro it. Yeah, these... It's like they're de-aggroing. I don't remember that about this particular map. I don't remember... I'm not super clear on the map, because I didn't quite remember that I was around, but... Man. Like, I would have thought I'd remember if the AI is this weird. So we might need to try this again to actually get a decent score, because... First, we're taking down those medium tanks with just mechs is gonna be murder on our power. running away now. I don't know what's going on with this AI. We find out we have an easy commanded war tank standing on the headquarters. Yeah, that would be pretty rip, but it looks like the flare decided to go there, so it's probably not. And yeah, missiles can't actually kill. It's a very strange mechanic, I guess you could call it. Seriously, this AI. It's choosing to not actually fight us or something. I'm not really sure. There we go. Wonder what that was all about. And we're definitely not getting a CO power charge. Yeah, there's nothing on the headquarters, which is good. Definitely did not need something like that. It's not that the I mean, it can't see me in the sense that it would run into me and trigger the fog of war effect, but the AI always knows where I am. It's just that it still has to play by the actual vision rules. So no attacking anything it doesn't have vision, air quotes on. Apparently they expected that to go fairly slowly though. So, alright, no need to redo that one then. What is this one? Oh, this is a weird one. Gotta fight Calder. I don't want this tank to get counterattacked by the mech, but the infantry deals so little damage. Actually, we need to kill this one so he doesn't missile us as well. Yeah, well, I guess we're gonna get counter-attacked anyway, but we're not in range of getting attacked by other mechs, so that should be fine, I guess. A little bit oof, but there's not a lot that can contest this tank right now. I want to pick this guy off, but I think it's more important that we injure this one. So we might get to a charge here. It's gonna be kind of iffy. If you're talking about the infantry that's here, no, it needed to spend a couple turns. Actually, it decided to attack instead, but because the mountains take up 2 for regular infantry, and they've only got 3 movements, so it takes them a while to get in here. But we do want to pick them off, because these 2 are going to start moving in, which is why this artillery is here. Okay, I guess they're giving up on the missiles entirely, which is good for me. Nice. Its enemies are fearless, they're driving into attack, but, like, this artillery is here just murdering them. Do we want to go in right now? So I kind of want to wait on the missiles until the enemy moves out of position so that they don't have a chance to retreat to the headquarters for healing. Actually, this is kind of perfect because we missile these. Yeah, we missile this so that the mech can't do anything into our tank, and the tank goes after the recon. We bring the two mechs down here, so if this once this guy starts to move, he's very, very screwed. Or they don't move at all. What? Don't do enough damage. Well, this guy's gonna be pretty crippled anyway, so we can probably afford to attack into him. Decided to pick a fight with my CO unit, okay. Speed 140. Wait, what? They really expect me to just sit back for like 20 turns? I mean, I guess we could have. The artillery would have torn them a new one, but... Interesting. Oh god, it's another 4-player map. Okay, so I guess the one I'm thinking of is 35, because there's not any other unrevealed maps. Well then, wow. Hour and a half for this one, maybe? It is a land-only one, so that's gonna make it a huge pain, but that also means I can indirect blob and kind of just push in. Oh, let's do it. Oh, Fog of War, nice. Well... things just got weird. Okay, well, let's see. I could go for Lynn's factory here. I don't know if I'd beat her to it. Yeah, I don't really have the funds to do it. If I could get a rig, I could do like a really stupid rig play to get an infantry over here. But I don't think it's gonna be fast enough as it is. So I guess we're gonna do triple infantry. Yeah, it's the metric 4-player map. Which means they probably didn't think this map through too well. Alright, so 10,000, we want to save 7 of it? Or it's 10,500 technically, so I guess we build a bike? Or maybe we just save in general. Yeah, we might want to... No, we probably need a little more capturing power. We'll do that. Alright, good night, Shadow. Thanks for watching. Have a good sleep. I'm also gonna build a mech here and have it sit on my headquarters in case the computer tries to do something dickish. So you know what's gonna happen. The AI almost always goes for stuff like that. So far, no one's actually fought yet. Oh, there we go. Classic AI recon strats. tank artillery again, I guess. Wow, Brenner is getting destroyed. Although he made the same tank play that I did. CO tank. Oh, found Lynn's flare. Considering a rocket, but I might be teching that too early. Because I think we need more stuff to protect the front line first, so I'll probably just do another tank for now. Okay, well, she's suiciding her injured infantry. Cool. I knew it. Lynn thought she was being sneaky. That's interesting. I think we're gonna need a rig sooner rather than later, so we'll grab one of those. A rare flare combat. Man, she brought multiple infantry. I guess I'm gonna have to keep an AA over there. Because that mech could theoretically be overwhelmed if she brings enough. Of course we leave it with a little bit of health. We do want that rocket though. Okay, let's do it like this time. We'll do a rocket and then we'll just build another mech. Now that's something you don't see very often. The enemy runs out and doesn't bonk into your unit, but the other enemy that you're fighting. Man, so many exposed bikes getting ruined by recons and tanks running around here. Also, yay, 5% damage on the artillery from random infantry. Seems legit. We got a big and ugly here. Am I just gonna end up continually reinforcing things with tanks here? I guess so for now, because we do need to protect the indirects. And our line isn't exactly particularly thick right now. Ren's army's getting a little fed here. So, see that medium tank that moved away? Like, it doesn't have enough vision to know that my artilleries are there, but the AI totally knows that my artilleries are there, so it didn't try to jump my bike. At least I'm pretty sure medium tanks. Yeah, medium tanks only have 2 visions, so it's here so it could see the bike and nothing else. But it knew. Boy did it know. Well then. I get this impression that war tank didn't like my infantry. I could be wrong, but... Of course now Lynn goes on me. Because she knows I want to attack Isabella's war tank, even though she shouldn't know that any of that's there. Oof, throwing away her CO tank. I don't think I can actually kill it, even hitting it with all the artilleries and stuff. Although I guess I don't necessarily need to kill it. I can heavily damage it and then cost her a ton of money. Ooh, it's actually... Yeah, it is actually a kill. A surprise on that one. I think we're gonna need more rockets. But we also might need more tanks. Let's do tanks first. Oh, Isabella's got some rockets too now. Anti-tanks too. I guess some interesting things are happening with those those cities over there. Got a few things incoming. Let's see, 23,000. We probably can't buy a tank, repair, and get a rocket, so maybe we get another artillery. It's gonna be hard to attack anyone who isn't Isabella here. And it's still gonna be really hard to do anything about her because we can't reach the headquarters with any ground units other than infantry, which is just like, yeah, good luck capturing that when she can deploy vehicles. boy. Well, that turned into something interesting real fast. Two medium tanks crashing into each other. Dude, what is going down over here? Apparently that's the full extent of its fighting. Unless there's like more over here. It's gonna take a lot of firepower to actually be able to push through here to get to here then. But probably rockets. Well, Izzy's probably gonna attack that medium tank with her medium tank. Yep, cool. I'm definitely good avoiding any damage that my units would take otherwise. Berber, aka 12th Battalion, kills itself. Apparently, yeah. I mean, in theory, these are just combat exercises. This ammo seems rather live for that. The Valiant Mech doing 8% to an artillery. It's got this huge glob of tanks now. I might get another... Yeah, I'm gonna get another flare here. I just want to see what might be coming up off of Isabella's side here. Because she was sneaking that mech up that one time, and I don't want to get caught off guard by her doing more of that. Well, we could build another tank. I don't know if I want to do that. Because I'd like to save the money to do another rockets. Wow, alright, 1 hit point recon versus 1 hit point mech. Combat excuses. Oh god, Captain, do I actually have to face tank a rocket? Yes, soldier, and you will enjoy it. Sounds like there's still a lot of recons active on Brenner's side. There we go. That gives us coverage to take all these and then hold them. Hopefully it ends up being enough of an economic advantage that we can overwhelm someone. Let's see, what's the range from 5, so... Yeah, we could see into there from there. Actually, if I can find a way to snipe these and then just have a rocket defend them, that would be pretty funny. Again with the one hit point recon killing a one hit infantry. Oh, there's the mech. Rockets versus rockets, that's pretty rare too. Lyn throwing away a hurt mech. I guess Brenner not wanting me to try to capture his building. Although this anti-tank would have prevented me from doing that anyway. The 99, huh? What's going on over here? Mech killing itself? Is that the mech that I shot up before? Did it really take that long to get over here? Man, those rockets are getting a lot of free pot shots on Mizzy's end. Wow, yikes to that anti-tank. That's a pretty nasty hit. Oh wow. Lyn's actually charged. Or no wait, Brenner's charged. That's unusual. The AI almost never has its CO survive long enough for that. There we go. That should be more comfortable. Even with .1. Okay, fine, whatever. You know what? I'm gonna build a couple of mechs. We're gonna see if we can grab these. Wow, Izzy's breaking out all the expensive toys. That is a war tank. Exact roll, I guess. I want to shift this up here. Izzy's not been pushing too hard on me here for whatever reason, so we could probably shift this rocket here to protect against Lynn's push and then bring this rocket over here. This is definitely going to be a slow map. Unless we get like a huge breakthrough, what I might do is when we hit normal stopping time, I'll do like a save. And we can come back to it after. And Brenner's Just getting his infantry massacred here. Basically he's just sitting back at that choke with her indirects, farming him. That's an interesting setup. It's like, I wouldn't have expected that artillery to be there. Silly Izzy. Actually, I wonder what those X are getting injured from, because I don't think they're all the ones that I've been firing at. You have just enough for another rocket. More rockets. All the rockets. I might be able to try to go for a headquarters capture if I have like 5 rockets defending the capture. I think it's gonna be tough. Nothing's still there. That's annoying. Or I guess it's over here now then? I guess we retreat and hide because we can't pick that off in order to protect our infantry. Might need a couple more mechs than what we've got. So like 4 mechs to maybe push this capture. It's gonna be iffy. Oh, hi, Izzy. I think she's probably trying to send stuff across the river, which is why Brenner keeps killing her stuff too. Yep, there it is. Let's get some veterancy on this rockets here. Especially if it's gonna be the one that's kind of central to protecting our quad properties once we get that 4th one. There we go, that offers some pretty decent protection. Well, Lynn's sending mechs now. Flare combat. But that flare actually took quite a bit of damage back. 3 hit points. Oh yikes. That's like recon level of ouch. Was that necessary? Full artillery blast to 0.1 hit point infantry. play this for a turn so that this rocket comes to the front line with Venerancy. I definitely don't object to that. Alright, well next turn we'll move someone to the woods here, and I think I'll put someone on the river too. Because I don't think there's any indirects there, so this tank will probably get baited and then we can hammer him with rockets. It's another time artillery is getting attacked by rockets. This is a very unique map, for sure. Also, rockets versus rockets. So much indirect to indirect combat. We're just in a standoff at this point. So, it's actually not really a good way for us to protect the headquarters if we try to go for it. Or like, protect the unit capturing the headquarters. But if we get those two cities, we'll probably wear her down, if nothing else. 'Cause if we assume she has 1, 2, 3, 4, so 9 properties otherwise, so her income would be 11,000. So we take this away from her, it's 9,000, and it'll be significantly harder for her to defend it, but then we're stuck capturing with mechs, so it's still gonna make it a pain to do anything. Wow, she did not make any effort to defend those? I mean, I guess we're not capturing yet, but... I would have expected the enemy to go a little berserk for me getting too close to her stuff. Also, Lynn's getting really aggressive for some reason. We just snuck in and Isabella did not care whatsoever. He answers 5 war tanks. Yeah, if we could actually get them across the river. Wow, really low roll there. That's fine. We can get the Vitamin C for this other rocket. Oh, I see. The artillery now. Well, I guess we'll see how much effort she puts into stopping us now. I like how I have almost twice as many units as any given other commander, though. You can tell they've really been throwing away their units. Yeah, there we go. There's the tank actually trying to protect our property. Tanks, plural. Sounds like I have really angered her. Meanwhile, Lynn poked her head in, got shot, and left. Wow, Brenner's going hard on the anti-tanks. Actually, indirects in general. Like, I thought that was the one just going crazy, but he's got 2 rockets and 2 anti-tanks. That's gonna be a pain to break through once we actually get to him. Wow. All the low rolls, huh? I might actually need to start getting tanks at this point. I got a lot of rockets, so I can let them push forward, but we need something to actually guard the front line, so I might need to start making medium tanks. I don't know if I want to do more tanks, they're so slow. Actually, I wish I could be Izzy for this map, because then I could use her CO to cover a headquarters capture. I guess either Izzy or Gage. Gage could also give a +2 indirect range. Alright, well... Damn, the rockets there now. So we're gonna lose that cap. We might not even get the left one. I'm not sure if rockets are in range of it. There's definitely CO tank there, so I'm pretty sure we're not getting it. Which is unfortunate. Weird. Definitely feels like we're not making much progress here. I guess we're getting stonewalled. Damn, yeah. Wow, multiple rockets now. Yeah, I think we're boarding on that one. But we get her CO tank, which is about an even trade for the mechs we lost. More rockets trading fire. That was a weird matchup. So she's probably got rockets like here or here, if we can't see it otherwise. How annoying. I might stick with regular tanks just to have the ability to get around. Because with the amount of rockets I'm gonna need, I feel like we're gonna need to be able to easily maneuver around them. Need to see if we can maybe try to see where her rockets would be. Man, this kinda sucks. We're just sitting here, staring at each other, firing rockets. It's another instance of the enemy knowing where I was. Because the infantry shouldn't have seen us. Pretty sure they only have 2 vision. But since we weren't actually in a hidden spot, they could still target us. Yeah, 2 vision. So there. Anyway. That's annoying. Rocket pile up. It almost feels like they still can't do enough, really. Man, how are they still trading full health rocket shots? What the heck? Like, every turn, that's expensive. Wow, an infantry actually got up close enough to take out the rocket. That's extremely unusual. Well, let's see if it takes this time. Damn, so a rocket in place somewhere, am I? I mean, I don't have the power to actually push in through choke, which is why I'm trying to sneak it. But I am slowly accumulating enough rockets so I can possibly work my way down Isabella's left side there. I mean, technically they don't actually have to pass through me. Like that south section, they can go across to fight each other. Stand by your assertion that answers 5 vortex. They're just gonna get killed by the rockets. That's a bad recon. Interesting. Can't quite get rid of all these enemies either. We're injuring them. This flare could actually still do some decent damage. Ten war tanks? Then they'll just get stuck. Yeah, I think I made Brenner really angry there. Said a lot of stuff to stop that capture. The rocket might be here, because if it was here, it could shoot at me. This property. Or while I'm on this property. We have forced her to lose a lot of material here, but I'm not sure how much that actually is gonna matter. Got an anti-tank. Rockets on the shore. Yeah, I'm pretty sure even if we get these properties up here, getting our headquarters is going to be borderline impossible. But if we weaken our economy this way, then we can swing around and target our factories. Well, he threw away a war tank. Gee, looks like Brenner's being a bit of an opportunist, pushing in on Isabella while I'm attacking her. Actually, I didn't get attacked here. Interesting. I guess she ran out of steam. Well, that's my property now. Let's hold up a bit here before we push our luck taking this other one. Now you found and squashed 3 more lunatic plus bugs, but you still didn't, or you didn't playtest still. But, I mean, that's still progress, right? But, it's an awful lot of bugs. I guess, is the script fairly complicated for distributing those skills? Found another bug. Ah, that sucks. You thought that would happen? She withdrew her defenses to go fight my mechs. Yeah, it kind of seemed that way, but yeah, I wasn't quite sure because it seemed like she had a rather endless supply of expensive units, but then she threw away that one war tank at Brenner there, so I guess we'll see how much we're putting this actual squeeze on her here. She's definitely got enough stuff, though, on that front with Brenner. But it's not like I'm sniping any of his units as he goes through, so I always snipe them for trying to stop me from capturing. I guess I'll ship this flare over. Yeah, Brenner looks like he's actually on the move. Well, if you're just gonna sit here, Lynn, I'm gonna start shooting at you again. Stop posturing. Of course, I kinda don't want to go these crossroads, because then now I am literally between Brenner and Izzy, which means I'm getting shot from both sides. Well, let's see what she does here. That rocket might still be around. Well, if it's in range of... Okay, I made her really angry now. But if it's in range of the property I'm capturing, she's definitely prioritizing the one that was approaching that seemed like it could capture her headquarters. Otherwise, she might have pulled back. Well, yeah, every time I see Lynn's war tank, I shoot at it because she sits there in front of me. It's like, no, if you just keep driving, but if you want to sit there and look like you're gonna attack me, I'm gonna shoot you. And look, I wouldn't use so many rockets if this map wasn't the stupid way it is. Like, if I could use air units, I'd be using air units. And those would help me pave the way. But... because the map is as it is, we're stuck doing this. I wonder where the rockets are at. I guess they... here? It's either here or here. Well, they're not here, so maybe here? I actually might need another flare, just to have the flexibility to move around and see without needing to skip a turn on one of the flares. I actually wonder if I'm stretching my rigs too thin, too. Yeah, I'm shooting this flare because that's the one that shot at my infantry. Take that, Brenner. Okay, that's not what I was expecting. Wow, Brenner's got a flare over there that Izzy really did not like. Does the anti-tank have gas? I don't know. I should check that. I don't think it is, but could be wrong. Let's have a look. No, it's under half, but it could easily, if it really wanted to, it could easily go to probably this city. I bet this city is one that Brenner controls and is safe. Oh, there's a flare guarding her headquarters now. That's mine. Yes. So, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to do anything about her headquarters right now. So I think we're gonna play one more turn. Or like one more round here. This is gonna be our last turn, and then... Well, actually, no, we'll see what the computer does, we'll play one more turn, and then we'll save before we end phase. Well, Isabella's definitely wearing thin here. Like, she's at 11 units. So between Brenner and I think she's failing to protect anything at this point. How many mechs do I think it's gonna take to capture the headquarters? I'm probably gonna hit unit cap. It didn't seem like Isabella did a whole lot, but she clearly built several units. Because she's up to 14 now. Well, was up to 14. Oh, there's a tank. Problem here is trying to get things resupplied. Actually, I'm not sure this rocket's doing much anymore. So she probably built like 2 things here and then 1 down here. And on a 9,000 budget, it's probably like a recon and 2 mechs or something. Yeah, this is gonna be a while, but I think once we get, if we can take over Izzy's economy, then we just have so much money that we can overwhelm Brenner and Lynn without trying too hard. Alright. That is, I think, gonna be it for me tonight, because if we keep going, it's gonna go on for like another 2 hours before we can actually win. So yeah, I guess we hit the jackpot, air quotes, along the bottom there of getting 2 4-player maps. So that made for an interesting night, for sure. Yeah, trust me when I say I'm not being too timid. Because remember, I'm trying to preserve score too, so I can't take too many unfavorable engagements. Like, if this were a PvP match, I would be spamming mechs all day, every day. And then just kind of push in hard with a little bit of rocket backing. Throwing away time, yeah, but speed barely counts for anything. It's a very odd system, I guess you could call it, with Days of Ruin, where power and tech are worth disproportionately way more than speed score. Like, trying to push hard very fast for speed gets you maybe 10-15 extra points. But if you take your time and ensure you don't take bad engagements and that you you're basically overpowering the enemy on relatively equal footing. That's worth up to 100 points extra altogether, so that can easily make up for, like, even if I go really long with speed and lose like 30 points, it's still making up like 3 times as many points. So it's kind of unfortunately the way that the Days of Ruin scoring system works. Which is kind of funny comparatively to what I've heard for the scoring system from previous, like the one Advance Wars that came before Days of Ruin, where you score higher by building a lot of infantry and throwing them away. So for better or for worse, the scoring system shifts things into turtling for Days of Ruin. But yeah. Anyway, that's it for me for tonight. We'll be back on Wednesday for Mystery Dungeon Deluxe. We've got a halfway save there too, because I'm halfway into a 99-4 dungeon. Because I don't know, they thought a 99-4 dungeon was a good idea. I don't know. Alright, good night again, Shadow. Thanks for popping back in. And Friday we're gonna try to do Resetless again. And Sunday we come back, finish this off, and see how far we get otherwise. I don't think there's any 4-player maps left, so I would expect us to make fairly rapid progress after the 2-ish hours that are going to be required to finish this out. So we'll probably be left with like 2 trials, and then the Sunday following next Sunday we could finish those off and probably redo those 2 A ranks we got. The 99-floor dungeon is standard. There's usually like 5 of those in every mystery genre game. Is there? Like, 'cause I understand if it's a like the post-game ultimate dungeon, but feels really weird for this. I guess it's technically a story dungeon, but I don't recall there being a 99 floor in the required story dungeons in Explorers of Sky. I guess it's been a while, but the only one I recall doing there is the one that's like ancient cave style that resets my levels. The Explorers of Sky ones are all optional. That's what I thought. Is that, like I said, the only one I remember doing is the one that had me solo with my reset level and no items being taken in. I think there's like 3 or 4 other variations on it of that same tower, just varying degrees of difficulty. It's been a while, but that's kind of what I recall. But the current one we're paused at is, hey, you're doing the Reggie stuff. Here, have a 99 floor dungeon as part of the post game story. Not that I won't mind kind of flexing on it, since we've got like all three of our main characters have awakened status, so it's actually kind of difficult for anything currently to challenge them. So that'll be interesting. But yeah, I'm gonna head out, so thanks for watching everyone. Hope to see you Wednesday, and have yourselves a good night.